everybody. Welcome to our negotiations session this evening. Thank you for joining us. If you are joining us online, we're going to go ahead and get started here by doing some introductions and a check-in as we normally do. We're also going to be, we're going to talk about, say your name, your position, what you do at the district. Do you have any time constraints? Do you need to leave early? Are there any elephants in the room? And I just want to put one of those things to bed. I know that you had asked me about the SPED collaboration group. And so I don't know whether you had a chance to talk, but it's not a collaboration group this year like it was last year. So this is a Jcea brought issue. And then also we have a little question to kind of get us started, get us warmed up and into the space. And so this week, the question that you're going to be answering, because I don't know if anybody else watched the Grammys on Sunday, but the performance by Tracy Chapman, I just can't, it's just been, playing in my head over and over. It was a really special moment, and it got me thinking about how much concerts have changed and concert going has changed in my lifetime, and I thought, man, if I could go back and see somebody in concert, because I was feeling very nostalgic. So that's going to be the question. And I know it's my question, so I'll go first because that will give you guys time to think. But I'm, I guess I should introduce myself. Hello, I'm Michelle Malis, bargaining chair for Jcea, Spanish teacher at Green Mountain High School. And I don't have any time constraints. I'm here for the duration. And we just dealt with one little elephant, not really an elephant. And if I could go back, because I wasn't old enough at the time, but I'm a 90s girl. I loved grunge. I wish I could go back and see Nirvana back in the early days in Seattle and see the grunge scene and what it would have been like. I was in junior high, so that didn't happen. But it's one band I always wished I could have gone back to see. So you can think anybody. It doesn't have to be rock and roll. Maybe you want to go back and see Beethoven. I don't know what your musical tastes are, but I've just been feeling very nostalgic since the Grammys. So we're going to go a la izquierda.
I don't speak French, but that must be left. Yes. Steve Landrigan. I'm the Executive Director for Employee and Labor Relations. I've been with the district for 5 months, roughly, and I have no elephants, no time constraints. I would want to go back to the early 70s and see some Led Zeppelin and Black Sabbath.
Good evening. I'm Beth Grabois, Director of Math and Science. No elephants, no time constraints. In third grade, I was a huge fan of Bon Jovi. I was a little too young to go to a concert, but I always wish I could have gone. I'm Deanne Hoffman, principal at Hutchinson. No time constraints, no elephants. I think I did see Bon Jovi, but I think I would really like to go see Prince. Yeah, got a good aha.
Caroline Frazee, principal of Arvada High School. No elephants, no time constraints, and this question has me puzzled. I don't know. I think I'd want to go back and see Madonna before she got scary looking.
Hi, I'm Lisa Elliott. I'm a staff person at Jcea assigned to assist the bargaining team. I have no time constraints, no elephants. I don't know. There's so many I didn't get to see because I was at a weird age. I didn't get to see the Beatles. I didn't get to see Simon and Garfunkel. And I know if my husband were a part of this decision, we'd go see Jimi Hendrix. So.
Dale Mulholland, social studies teacher at Pomona High School, Jcea vice president. No time constraints, no elephants. So I've seen Bon Jovi. I saw him in the 80s, and I saw him again in the 2000s. I saw Prince. But the person that I would see, it should come as no surprise to anybody who knows me, would be Elvis Presley.
Hello, I'm Kendra Geis. I teach 5th grade at Swanson Elementary. I'm on the JCA negotiations team. No elephants, no time constraints. And being a teenager in the 1980s, somebody I never got to see in concert that I would have loved to was the 1980s Madonna before she kind of went out there.
Hello? Oh, yeah, all right. I'm on. First off, sorry I'm late. Oral surgeon, check up on the implants. We're all good. Richard Sanchez. I teach 6th grade social studies at Bell Middle School. The question is, artists we would like to have seen. This is actually fitting because I'm leaving tomorrow morning. Me and my family were driving to Omaha to go see the Eagles, a band that I hated when I was in middle school. But my dad was like, "You don't get it yet." And he was right. So we want to see the Eagles, but Prince for sure. I would love to go see Prince.
Michelle DeAndrea. I am the principal at Bell Middle School, and no elephants, no time constraints. Golly, I did go see Prince. It was amazing. And actually, Richard, I think it's funny because I was thinking the Eagles. I love the Eagles, and I know I could have seen them. Now I can't afford them. Anyway, so, but no, I think it's the Eagles or Elvis Presley. I'm right there with you, Dale.
Yeah, hi, I'm Rob Cassidy. I'm a science teacher at Stanley Lake High School, and I've been trying to think of some elephant, and I can't. So that's good, I guess. I don't have time constraints, and I think Michelle read my mind because if I were to see any concert, it would be the premiere of Beethoven's Ninth with Beethoven conducting. So, yeah.
Anthea Justice, Learning Specialist at Ryan Elementary, JCA bargaining team. Amanda, I took more than 2 stickers because we didn't follow the directions. So I have 4, 2 on me. Yeah. I thank you, Michelle, for saying Nirvana because that is definitely one so sublime. But also, I never saw Tom Petty. I should have gone with my parents when they went, and I never went. And so I'm bummed I never got to see him live.
Again, I think you were supposed to pick one. Just kidding.
I'm going with 4.
I have 6 stickers. Huh. All right. I'm Brooke Williams, art educator, JCA president on the bargaining team. My favorite artist is Bob Marley. Ever since I was like a small child, I think No Woman, No Cry, 3 Little Birds, Don't Worry About a Thing, all the stuff. So yeah, very happy. And I'm also bad at following directions, so I would say Nirvana as well.
Hi, I'm Christine Wiggins. I work at JCEA. I'm going to do the thing that I do at our staff meetings, which is almost answer your question. So I didn't go to a lot of concerts for a while because I have a small child, but we're going to a concert this summer and we're going to go see the Foo Fighters. I'm really excited. I also would have liked to have seen them before Taylor died.
Jennifer Kimson. I am one of the directors in Human Resources and total kid of the 80s. So I would love to see Prince. I would love to see Madonna. And I also really love Journey.
Okay, hi, I'm Stephanie Jones, part of the JCA bargaining team and the behavior systems coach for the district. And no elephants or time constraints. Happy birthday, Christian, my husband. I wish he were here to answer this question because he is a music aficionado and probably could list 95 people he would love to see. But I probably would like to see, which is probably like a shouldn't say, but Michael Jackson. I heard he's pretty, or was pretty amazing.
Maria Messer, Executive Director of Special Education. No time constraints and no elephants. Dale, you stole my thunder. Not only Elvis Presley, but I'm going to say like 1954, 1955 Elvis Presley. That's what I would for sure pay a lot of money to go back and see, but I was born in the wrong decade.
Good evening, Mike Freeman, Community Superintendent. No time constraints. My small elephant would be just a process request for us, which is as we think about sharing articles this evening and kind of in the process moving forward, if we could just pause before everyone shares their article, get it in the agenda, allowing everyone to pull it up and follow along as it's presented. I think for me that would be super helpful to be able to visually see it, follow along, and help me ask better questions. What a great question. I love music. I think music, one of the things I love about it is it really invokes a lot of emotions and connections, emotional connections to people. So having lost my father, I think in 2014, he loved Willie Nelson. And so it was like the music of our household. So like I would go back and see Willie Nelson.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Amanda Perazio, Associate Chief of Schools, and I have no time constraints. One quick elephant. The directions were take one sticker for last week and one sticker if you brought your name tag again this week, which I see everyone has. If you have 6 stickers, you are the art teacher in the room, and you just wanted to make yours very decorative.
Telephone, and those directions did not make it around the room.
That's okay. No worries. And Mike hasn't gotten any yet.
I stuck them to my computer, and then we found out we had to stick them to our name tag.
Oh, good.
And then I was told 2, but that was after I had 3.
So if people walk out with stickers stuck all over them, it's because they really like stickers. It's totally fine. Quick, not elephant, but just celebration. It is Jennifer Kimpson's birthday as well. So happy birthday, Jennifer. And she's spending it with us. A concert. So when I was a child, I loved New Kids on the Block, and my mom did not. So I never got to go to a New Kids on the Block concert. But I had all the things. I had the pillow. I had all the books. I had a watch. It was like bright pink. I had so many New Kids on the Block things, and so I would definitely do that. And also, my husband and I got married. I bought him tickets. You know how you give like a wedding gift to your spouse, which is such an interesting tradition. But I bought him tickets to Kings of Leon, and they broke up before we had a chance to go. So that was unfortunate. So I would have loved to have seen that if they wouldn't have broken up literally like a month before we were supposed to go. So, right? That was 13 years ago, so we're okay.
It was not an omen. Okay. Thank you guys for taking that musical journey with me. That was fun. Okay. So our agenda is full, but the full contract's open. So they're all going to be full. So tonight, JCEA will be bringing alpha versions of Article 7, 18 and 23. And then we're also going to have a Charlie version of 20, an Echo version of 1. And then the district will be bringing Bravo of 6 and Delta of 3, version 2 of 10, and also a Delta of 19. So that is what we're going to get through at least. Should there be, I'm assuming there will be time, we can caucus and bring back red lines later on this evening. That would be great. We are excited to be able to maybe celebrate a TA tonight. So just heads up, if time permits, we also have 4 that we would be able to discuss this evening. If you'd like a district Bravo. Okay, so I can add that to the agenda.
If that's okay with you.
All right, perfect. We will do that. All right, so I will add that right now. Article 4 and
Michelle, I have a process question.
Sure.
I just want to follow up with what Mike had requested. In previous bargaining sessions, we didn't release the article until we were done talking about it, but I'm okay, but I just want to make sure that we're in agreement or what the new process is.
Well, yeah, like usually right before we start talking about it, we would upload it. Like
when we bargained with a previous bargaining person from the district, he would never upload it until
you're right.
We're done talking. So I just want
Correct.
to make sure we're on the same page. I like following along too. So
Sure, I agree. Yes, that's a great process.
Okay.
Improvement.
Thanks.
Agreed.
Just want to make sure we're all there.
So regardless, we will make sure that we get the versions uploaded, linked to the agenda, and a copy in the appropriate red line folder so that everybody can follow along. So if we need to take a minute or two to get that uploaded, we can do that. If that's okay with everybody. It sounds like it is.
Jennifer's going to do it.
Perfect. Excellent. Well-oiled machine. Okay, then, and we don't, to my knowledge, have any additional guests joining us this evening. So from the district side, no additional guests.
We do not have guests this evening either.
Perfect. All right. And, oh yeah, you need to, sorry. So Anna, you just had arrived. So if you have any time constraints, elephants, and what would be the concert you wish you could go back in time and see?
Oh, okay. No time constraints. Elephant. I want my stickers.
Only two.
And then Celine Dion.
All right. So welcome. Thank you. And now, with no further ado, we're going to get started with our agenda. We're going to begin with Article 7, evaluations. So I believe that will be Lisa. Yeah, Lisa, I think that's you.
I'm sharing my screen, but I don't see it up there.
Dennis is working on it. There you go.
Okay. All right. Most of the changes in Article 7 are very minor. They're mostly clarifications and typos. So I'm going to go fairly quickly. So we're going to be scrolling through, looking for the blue. In 714, we added a sentence that said evaluators will not disseminate peer surveys to inform the evaluation process. It's been a longstanding agreement that peers do not participate in the evaluation process, fellow teachers, instructional coaches, etc. But this actually happened this year, so we wanted to just be really clear that if let's say an educator came to the principal with a concern about a colleague, then the principal would certainly want to investigate that and figure that out, and that could possibly end up in the evaluation, but not to do something to directly get opinions from colleagues to go into the evaluation system. 717 is a typo that was corrected. 7110, we're starting through the professional, I never say it right, I call it 1338, Performance Evaluation Committee. We're starting to look at the rubrics that have been around for a long time. So we just want to make sure that to call out that changes to the rubrics will be discussed and collaboratively approved with JCEA and will be developed with representatives of the educators affected. And that's already in process. And there are JCA people on the committee that's working on that. So that's current practice. Okay, here we go. Oh, 7-2-2-5-1 simply adds a sentence that is part of the process. It's not a new part of the process. It just wasn't in here. And when we redid this the last time, we tried to follow the law and make sure that everything here was reflecting current law. So that part just needed to be added. And let's see. Okay, 731. This is a sentence at the end of that section, and it's about notice of performance deficiencies. Evaluators can suggest an educator work on improving skills at any time without issuing a PIP and identify appropriate resources to support the educator. The thinking behind this was that sometimes I feel like some principals feel like they have to issue a PIP, even though maybe the person's overall effective. And maybe there's only a couple of indicators they need to work on. So we just wanted to call out that you don't have to write a PIP to talk to somebody about, hey, you need to get better in XYZ. So that's all that was for. 7-3-3, a PIP may be issued to the educator as soon as possible. I don't know what that second will is. I think that was a typo. And the word may is in there because the last time we redid this, we talked about how the principal they may or may not want to issue a PIP, even if they could under contract language. They may choose not to. 7-3-4 is just a little bit of a language change. Instead of may request assistance, it has the right to bring an association representative. And 7-3-5 was a typo. We need subject verb agreement. And 7-5-1, this sentence says administrators who are hired after the training occurs will receive the training as well. We just happen to have quite a few late hires this year, and we felt that it's really important that any evaluator hired after the training may occur in July needs to get that training because it's a very central and very important part of their job. I think that's it. Ready? Sure. Just making sure. Yep, that's it. So any questions?
Amanda? Lisa, just to make sure I'm understanding, a peer survey was sent about a licensed educator this year.
Yes.
Or recently.
Yes.
By an administrator.
Yes.
About a teacher.
Well, an educator. It wasn't a classroom teacher.
Oh, okay. So one of the reasons I ask, sometimes principals send out surveys to gain information or feedback about their assistant principals. And so I wonder about the role of a dean that may or may not work directly with teachers and how that might be worked into that.
So are you saying that you think that in the case of a dean, a survey may be...
I just wonder if
this was not a dean.
Okay. I just wonder if that ever had...
No.
Also, there is an instructional coach survey, but I don't believe it is sent by principals. It's a central survey. And I wonder about, has that been used?
This particular situation, let me think carefully so I make sure. This particular situation was a special ed provider, not a learning specialist, who interacted with a number of grade levels. And there was a concern brought forward, which was fine and needed to be addressed. But in the process of addressing the concern, a survey was sent out to all the teachers that this individual interacted with. And the last question was basically, how would you rate this person's performance? And it was like, and I had a conversation with the principal and explained why I did not think that was appropriate and that they certainly could and should investigate concerns brought by peers, absolutely. But that a survey was not, in my mind, the right way to do it.
Okay, so I just want to make sure it's specifically a survey to inform the evaluation process. So you wouldn't ask that we stop sending instructional coach surveys in order to provide feedback.
No.
Or stop sending, I don't know. I'm not sure if any schools do send them for their deans. Potentially they could. Go ahead, Caroline. She might be able to provide some context.
Yeah. I sent one out regarding my entire admin team at semester, trying to get feedback for our own individual goal setting for second semester. My deans were included. My dean was included as part of the admin team, along with other people in the front office with us.
And was that survey, would that have impacted the dean's evaluation?
Nothing went in the evaluation with it.
So that wouldn't apply to that. And it wouldn't apply to the district instructional coach survey. It's just, I just don't think is going to help culture to have surveys going out about your peers. I just don't.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that that you knew that there were some surveys going out that didn't necessarily inform evaluation processes, and I just wanted to get some clarification. So
okay. Any other questions?
Jessica? Jennifer.
Just don't call her late for dinner.
There you go. So in 7-1-10, Lisa, can you just provide a little bit of clarification around the language that says will be collaboratively approved with JCEA? In your conversations or in crafting that language, what does that look like and sound like for you all?
I think JCEA leadership wants to know what's happening. And because sometimes things move pretty fast in this building, and sometimes there are things happening that we may not be aware of at our office. And so just to be like saying, hey, Madam President of JCEA, we have this committee and we've got these educators on it and we're working on this, this, and this. Next year we want to work on this, just kind of to keep us informed. I think if the educator voices in the room and people are collaboratively working in a committee, that's all we want to see. But we want to close the loop and make sure that the JCA leadership is informed and not like they have to edit every word of the rubric, but that they're informed and know what's going on and looking at it before it becomes official.
So similar to the process that we used for teacher rubric this year.
I feel like the current process that's happening right now would comply with this language.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Mike.
Thank you. This question I think might be for Lisa or anyone else who is part of it, but can you remind us when was the last time the current teacher rubric has been revised, and what was the process last time that happened to arrive at that rubric?
So I came here in 2006, and Sue Gill, bless her heart, she's no longer with us, but Sue Gill was at that point already started a process to redo our evaluation process. And at that time, it was the old meets, does not meet. Meets or exceeds, does not meet. And, it was just really needed a lot of work. So we had a pretty wide-ranging committee that was reading books about teacher evaluation and best practices. We looked at rubrics from different school districts around the country, and we actually created our rubric. We kind of took some ideas from other places to create our rubric. And it's been tweaked a little bit since then, but not fundamentally changed. So now, it probably should have happened a number of years ago, but people have been busy. So now I think they're doing more of a deep dive, and Jennifer can speak more to the process because I'm not really involved with what they're doing, but it's been a while since it's been, the main rubric has been revised deeply, I would say.
And would you say the process you described in 710 in blue, would you say that was the process that was followed last time, collaboratively developed and approved together?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay.
And I think that's what's happening now.
Okay.
And Jennifer has her thing
I was just
sign up.
Yeah, I was just going to add that it was 2013 when it was the last full overhaul of the rubric, but we are doing a full overhaul this year.
Okay. Any additional questions about the language? All right. Well, thank you. We're going to go ahead and move on to Article 18, which is position hold.
Sorry, turned off my screen. For some reason, my computer does not want to open it. Hang on. Christine, did you move that already?
Yeah, it's in the agenda.
Okay, I'll just click. Oh, sorry, I'll click on it there. My computer literally wouldn't open it. I don't know what the deal is. Okay. This too is not a lot of change. Um, 8-1 talks about when a position may be held, and we added a grant-funded position in case there's a temporary job that's going to open up for a year or two that can hold positions for that. Break-in service is already current practice, but we wanted to call it out in this article. And then lastly, we added 18-4. Educators elected to public office may request unpaid leave for a school year or a portion of the school year to fulfill the duties of their office. Their position will be held for the duration of their time in office. The rationale behind this is that would probably be someone elected to the legislature, and that having a public school educator from Jeffco Public Schools in the legislature would be probably a great thing to have for both parties. So we want to just make sure that that is a possibility if someone were to choose to do that. In my old district in Kansas, we had someone that was in the legislature, and he would get a long-term sub every year for second semester, and he would work with them and get them up to speed and everything, and then they would teach his classes second semester while he was in the legislature.
I have a quick question.
Yes.
So in the second sentence of 18.4, it says their position will be held for the duration of their time in office. But in the previous sentence, it says for a school year or a portion of the school year. What if it's longer than a school year? What if it's
so like if you're elected to the legislature, for example, it's a 2-year term, and you could teach first semester because they're not in session, but you would need a leave second semester while they're in session. Maybe I didn't word that correctly.
That's okay.
That's where I was getting at. Now, I could also see someone like Andy Kerr, for example, used to be a Jeffco teacher. When he was in the legislature, he retained his job in Jeffco. He was a virtual teacher, so he actually did 2 jobs at once. When he left the legislature and was elected to the county commission, he resigned his position because that's a full-time job.
Okay, that makes sense.
That one
it also could have been my misunderstanding of when the legislature's in session and when it's not.
They start, I think this year was January 10th to early to mid-May. There's dates that are in statute.
Nice. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any other questions about Article 18?
Yeah. Thank you, Michelle. Lisa, you shared that the break-in service is already district practice.
Yeah.
Is that for 1 year?
Yes.
Thank you.
It's in Article 13.
Okay. Thank you for that. And we are going to move right along to Article 23, remote learning. And that will be Christine Wiggins presenting.
We have some stories. Oh, yeah.
Yes, that is correct. So we will begin our Article 13 or 23 with stories and interests. And so I believe that you will kick us off, right, Christine?
Okay, story. JRLP has students who live across Colorado, across the country, and even internationally. Holding in-person family events excludes a portion of the student population who cannot access these events.
Family events in person at JRLP are generally not well attended, and sometimes there are more educators than families at these events. There may be better opportunities to connect with families online rather than in person, especially for students who don't live in Jeffco.
Educators are asked to attend meetings monthly in person. Often this content can be delivered online. Further, when they are asked to drive in for meetings, they do not get a 30-minute duty-free lunch, breaking the contract.
JRLP receives students constantly throughout the school year with a need to increase resources.
So we'll move on to interests.
Okay. We have an interest in ensuring that we can serve all families who have students who attend JRLP, not just those in Jeffco.
We have an interest in ensuring our teachers work a 40-hour work week, receiving their 30 minutes duty-free lunch and all of their planning time.
And finally, we have an interest in ensuring JRLP has the resources to serve all the students they receive throughout the year.
Thank you. We're going to move on to the presentation of language, and we'll also get that, it's already uploaded into the agenda.
All right. So here we added in 2322, JRLP educators work remotely, and all relevant work, including but not limited to meetings, professional development, parent conferences, will also be held remotely, with the exception of the state mandated testing, which has to be held in person. And then we added 2323. At the end of the quarter, funding will be adjusted based on new student enrollment. The funding is to be provided from the central budget.
All right. We'll give you a moment to look at it, but if there are any questions, clarifications.
Christine, it says at the end of quarter, like at the end of every quarter? Which quarter? Thank you.
Mike?
Mine's more probably of a statement, but we've moved, so I'm the community superintendent for JRLP. One of the changes we've already made this year is moving JRLP from SBB, student-based budgeting model, to modified SBB, meaning looking at their program of how do we fund the model and the personnel that JRLP needs around some of these issues. So rather than having them be funded based on student count, really looking at what is the model that we want JRLP to serve and how do we fund those positions moving forward.
And that's for next year, correct?
That's for next year, correct.
Okay. And how would that affect when they constantly, not constantly, but pretty consistently get students? How would that affect, we were supposed to learn about SBB and we didn't really this year. So how does modified SBB help them get more resources throughout the year?
I would probably say the best way to describe that is it's built based on the modeling versus fluctuations of student enrollment. So Warren Tech, for example, is on modified SBB, meaning these are the programs that we want to offer as a district, including our remote programming of JVA and JRLP. So it's more consistent and predictable funding in a modified SBB model than than the SBB model that fluctuates directly with student enrollment. So we can kind of build the model for the capacity of students we want to serve. And if we need to, we can always bring guests to help explain that. The budget analyst, for example, for JRLP.
That'd be good.
Okay. Are there any additional? Yes, Amanda?
I'm just wondering if there were any interest shared by other remote teachers. So we have other remote programs in the district, and I'm wondering if they had any shared interests that they too communicated, or if this is, obviously it appears solely related to JRLP. I just wonder about JVA, McLean Online. Were there any other teachers who expressed this similar interest?
I don't want to say that there were none. This was what rose to the top. The other thing I would say is the Brady Online program, was something that we wanted to continue, but we have heard that it's already going to be dissolved for next year. But I do think that serves our students, and if they're not continuing that at Brady, then we got to open up some additional seats at JVA.
Okay. If there are no other questions, we're going to continue on with our agenda. So we'll be moving on to Article 6, which is professional development. And this is going to be the District Bravo version of that language. So it looks like it is now linked into the agenda if we want to take a look.
That is not the window. That is the window. Okay. Let's see. I'm going to make this a little bigger. It's a little tiny. Still not super large, but okay. Lots and lots of red, blue, and yellow in this article. So we're on Bravo, right? Okay. So we have gone through and accepted all changes from professional development to professional learning. And then starting in 6-2, we rearranged some language to try to make it more readable in several different articles. So this one now reads, the Academic Leadership Team, ALT, which you said and we agreed with, will collaboratively determine the topics and schedule for building-based professional learning and will be responsible for ensuring that said professional learning occurs during the scheduled time. When planning for school-based professional learning, each school should have the autonomy to develop relevant professional learning aligned to the school's unified improvement plan and tailored to serve students and educators. So we basically rearranged some language and tried to make it sound more concise. And I feel like there's a lot of commas in there. That was one run-on sentence. Apologies to all of the English language arts teachers. In 6-3, we, again, professional learning, we added in a statement because of the curriculum that we have been adopting over the last several years, as well as any additional district initiatives, we wanted to lift that up. When the district designs, adopts, and or implements a district initiative, the district shall prioritize and provide adequate training and appropriate time within the contracted time, which may include PLCs and faculty meetings, etc. If training must occur outside of the contracted time, teachers shall be compensated with additional duty pay. And we just use the same language that you had used right above with regard to the mandatory during contact hours, etc. And I can't remember what I was going to say, but it was something. Oh, that is current practice. That's what I was going to say. We did strike out the language around state mandated training will also occur during contract hours or be paid at the hourly rate. As many of you know, when a state mandate comes down, oftentimes it comes down unfunded. We do not have the funding to pay for state mandates that are required for licensure. That funding would have to be taken from other places. And certainly the contract hours would be ideal, and every effort, I think, is made when at all possible by administrators to allow that. 45 hours was a lot, is a lot still for many educators who are still taking it. And while we share your interest in the time necessary and the compensation would be ideal, it's simply when the state mandates it and unfunds it, it's really hard for us to fund that on the back end. In 6-5, educators may pursue, this one is a lot more red as well, because again, we rearranged language, tried to add some clarity. So I'm going to start at the beginning of 6-5. Professional learning should be aligned with the teaching skills described on the evaluation rubric. Educators may pursue differentiated professional learning opportunities based on their areas of need identified by the evaluation process, individual growth goals, courses and, we forgot to highlight that. Courses and subject matter taught, and the school improvement plan, including induction and mentoring programs for newly hired educators. So we, in the next section, we took 6-6 and smashed it into 6-5 because they said the exact same thing. And so we were just trying to make it read better. When possible, time to pursue these differentiated learning opportunities will be provided during scheduled building-based professional learning that is not required and or relevant to the educator's role. Since professional learning topics and schedules are determined in collaboration with ALT, relevance for different groups of educators will be addressed during the planning stage. So we were trying to wrap in all of the interests that Richard shared with us last week around relevancy and differentiation and teacher choice, educator choice as well, to the greatest extent possible. In 6-7, the only word we changed was appropriate to relevant. For some reason, appropriate just didn't seem like the right word. It seemed like you wouldn't take inappropriate professional learning. However, you may have participated in irrelevant professional learning. And so we were just trying to make sure that it made sense for this context. In 6-8, we did strike the language around educators will be provided 2 professional development days to attend outside learning opportunities such as classes and conferences. So a couple of reasons why about 3 reasons why. First of all, in the previous article, 6-7, there is an amount of money set aside each year to request funding to attend professional learning outside of Jeffco or inside of Jeffco, although you wouldn't really usually be paying for that, but potentially it could be occurring inside of Jeffco, but by an outside vendor, I suppose, which could include subfunding, funding for substitutes or guest teachers rather. Additionally, we did look into some research, and this is not a research-based or evidence-based practice to attend outside professional learning and then have it impact instruction in a positive way. Certainly, that lies heavily into the individual who is taking the professional learning, right? Because they are the only ones who can change their practice. The third thing is already you as an educator or any teacher can go to their administrator and ask for a professional development day for X, Y, and Z, and it is highly unlikely they're going to turn you down. Certainly, they want to mitigate the amount of lost instruction time, not to say our guest teachers can't deliver high quality instruction, but the highly qualified licensed teacher in the building, in the classroom, is certainly the best instructor for students. And so it is current practice to be able to request a day and oftentimes be granted a day. They are funded centrally. That is not a secret. They are not funded. They're not building-based. Substitute teachers, guest teachers are not building-based funded. That's public information. I don't want anyone to think that I'm giving away a secret. No secrets. That is it. I know that was a lot.
Yes. So at this time, we'll have questions, and I have one. It may be more of a comment, but I want to bring us back to 6-3. I thought that was an important point that you made about the consistency with which our schools are burdened with unfunded mandates. And this kind of hurts a little bit because as an educator, by striking that language, what I'm hearing is the district can't absorb that cost, so it must be borne by our educators who are already overwhelmed, burnt out. And then that 45, that is an incredible amount of time away from their planning, away from their kids, away from their, whatever else they need to do to sustain themselves. And I think that this is a problematic practice. And so I really am disappointed that is what we're seeing. Richard.
Thank you. I guess like last week, I gave my idea and thoughts and what I was hearing about what professional learning what should look like, and differentiated and meaningful to all educators here in Jeffco. And maybe it's here, maybe it's, I don't know. I need to have things broken down for me. That's just the way that I am. But how do you see professional learning happening in building to building? How does that, just from the ground up, how do you see that whole process like working within a building?
So I would say as part of the collaborative decision-making process, the academic leadership team should take a look at the school's data. And when I say data, I mean all kinds of data, right? From student academic achievement data to growth data in all different content areas, grade levels. They should also look at perception data. What are the students saying that they need? So potentially they might need more of a sense of belonging. So perhaps additional training on how to provide social emotional learning support in the classroom with the support of the cells and without. Potentially, they're looking at data around discipline, right? And classroom management, the number of referrals that are turned in. And they're using all of that data. And I know I haven't referred to every single piece of data. There's a multitude of pieces of data that can be accessed to make that decision. But then they're using that to say this, as well as evaluation, not specific to teachers, but to say, I noticed that we're struggling in 1D, right? 1D is like the catch-all right now in the evaluation rubric. And potentially the academic leadership team looks at that data and says, it seems as though we as a staff in general, may or may not, it could be 80% of the staff, might not be 100%, need some professional learning around these areas. We can access that professional learning through a variety of departments within our building. We can go outside of the building to seek professional development. For example, our Public Education Business Coalition, our CEI, which is the Colorado Education Initiative. These are some of our partners that we can work with to bring in outside professional learning that's highly relevant and applicable as well. So I see that happening first, right? What do we need as a building? The second thing I see is this relevant to everyone in our building, right? If we all need training on how to deliver reading instruction, is that relevant to the PE teacher? It could be, right? Potentially. Is that relevant to the auto tech teacher? It could be, right? In the context of a manual, perhaps. And so I think it's really important that the academic leadership team take a look at what we need, who really needs it, how might it be delivered, when might it be delivered, right? Because time is finite. We only have so much of it. There are only so many non-contact days or times for professional learning within the school year. And then what are our district initiatives? And I don't mean to say that last, right? I just mean that is another component of, is what we're thinking we need as a school aligned to what our district is working on and what our initiatives are? And have we adopted any new curriculum or any new practices? Are we a brand new school in the PLC process, and we need to work through what does it look like to collaborate, right? There's so many things that go into deciding professional learning, but first I think that it has to be a balance of, here's what we need based on our data, here's who needs it versus who might need something differentiated, who might need the opportunity to pursue something more relevant to their own needs or the curriculum that they teach. And then what do our district initiatives say, or what does our new curriculum say, and how do we find time in the most thoughtful way possible, and a way in which is not overwhelming to teachers but allows them time to learn and then put it into practice in that continuous improvement type of cycle, so that you're not learning something brand new every single week and trying something brand new every single week. That's counterproductive to improvement.
Thank you so much. And that really helped out with my understanding, because I'm a sixth grade social studies teacher. And my goal is to make sure that, I'm backwards designing or internalizing my lessons at this point. I think that it's the building to building is what I'm kind of preaching to here right now. And I feel like that's siloing educators in Jeffco. And this is any educator, right? I want to grow, and I want to and this is an unachievable thing, right? To be the best, that there's no such thing. But I want to collaborate with other social studies, sixth grade social studies, middle school social studies, high school social studies. And when you base it on building to building, I feel like that just cuts off everything, and it stops what I think is empowering educators, right? Because I just feel like there's a lot of pressure that surrounds around district initiatives and building initiatives too. I just feel like we're just in our own little buildings, when we can just branch out of that and maybe grow and learn from each other. There's a sixth grade social studies teacher here in Jeffco that has an amazing economic literacy unit, and I want to learn from that. And what opportunities is there going to be for a sixth grade educator in social studies like that, for me to go and find that other experienced educator? Or even I don't know, even as an eighth grade teacher, I had absolutely no clue what my high school peers were looking for, as far as what they wanted, or what they were looking for in their area. Yeah.
Thank you, Richard. I really appreciate what you are describing, because you're talking about taking our system autonomy and bringing it to system coherence. And that's something that we've really been trying to find a balance of in Jeffco since Tracy Dorland became our superintendent and Dr. Kim, our deputy. We had so much autonomy that it is exactly how you described it. Every school was doing something different based on what they believed that they need, based on the data that they were looking at. And so why not expand our resources, begin to collaborate? Vertical planning, vertical alignment, vertical learning, peer learning, I think are all high quality practices that you're calling out right now, and part of what we need to consider for teacher professional learning moving forward. And I just wanted you to know how much I appreciate that viewpoint and perspective on what coherence might look like from the perspective of a teacher through professional learning. Steph?
I was just looking through, and if I understood with the leadership team, academic leadership team, making the determination and using the data and perception survey to determine the needs of the building, I am wondering, based on how Article 10 is written, I know that is their job to topics and schedule professional development, but also knowing the immense need of behavioral support our students need and that educators need, because those live in two separate areas. Is there a way to ensure that whatever data and that the PBST team is creating, right, and looking at and determining that they need, we need to do some more learning on what Tier 1 positive behavior supports looks like and whatnot, is that communicated with the ALT? Because I think sometimes the ALT can be more focused on academics, hence the title. So like making sure that is really delineated, that there is communication between them on how to ensure that we're looking not just at academics. And I get using the data, but I think that you can look at MAP and CMAS and get in that and those weeds versus what we need to do with discipline. So
Absolutely. I think that's super important, Stephanie. I don't know if it belongs in 6 or in 10 or both, but we would certainly be open to discussing what does it look like for the collaborative decision-making teams to communicate between each other and share data and planning. Richard?
One more thing. So you had mentioned district initiatives. And I think that with district initiatives, with that messaging, me as an educator, I don't want to sit and get. I want the differentiated to happen from district messaging. I would love for a lesson when you do your instructional walkthroughs, right? And you see an educator that's like, boom, that's a Jeffco class. That's a Jeffco classroom that I want my kids to go through. I want my kid to have that teacher. That's how the Jeffco initiative should be, or these district initiatives should be explained to us as an educator, right? Instead of just like a sit and get in PowerPoint, because I feel like if my principal or if my evaluator walked into my classroom, right, and I was literally just reading off of my slides or my PowerPoints in my classroom, we're gonna have discussions, right? I mean, there's gonna be problems. So I have. That's the other thing though too, is that like the way that you want us to teach, that should also be presented to us at these PDs, and that also needs to happen. And then also I had an amazing conversation with an instructional coach, and I am in no way asking for differentiation to just fall on the shoulders of an instructional coach to figure out how to differentiate for a school building. I'm not talking about that at all. If there's one thing that I've learned with in my time with this bargaining season, or just in general working with instructional coaches, that like those are some amazing leaders of the building that are already doing so much. And I'm not trying to say that is their job to make sure that it's differentiated. What I'm looking for in particular is that the district show me how they want, when they walk into my classroom, what they want to see. And I think the best avenue or opportunity for the district to do that is with, they're called turnkeys, the turnkey presentations. show us, I don't want to sit there and I'm not going to retain that. I'm like my students. I need to get up. I need to get moving. I need to turn, not just to turn and talk either, like, something that, like to engage me with the learning.
Thank you. Just one quick note, something that to highlight in 6.2, facilitators of professional learning should have training and or expertise in best practice. So just to confirm what you just said, I would say that that is best practice, right? Instructional strategies that are engaging for adult learners is best practice in delivering professional learning.
Yeah, I would. My apologies. So I'm going to ask a quick question, and then, or were you going to respond? Okay, sure.
I just want to thank you, Richard. I really appreciate all that you're sharing. And part of the language we tried to put in here is so that teacher groups, especially in secondary, who might feel like they need the differentiated options, could have some wording in here to advocate for those. Because currently we are offering at the district level some sessions for science teachers, sessions for social studies teachers. But like you said last time, maybe the word isn't getting out as much for teachers to come together during those times, or it's offered during the optional time and teachers feel like, well, I had to go to PL all morning, so now I don't want to spend my teacher time to go in the afternoon to be with my peers. So we were trying to put some language in there to help teachers advocate for that.
And I'm just going to add, thank you for that, Beth. I'm just going to add that one of the things that comes up over and over again is when there is PD that comes out for whatever the learning is meant to be, there doesn't seem to be differentiation based on whether it's a first-year teacher, 10th-year teacher, veteran teacher. And some educators tell us that they've sat through a similar professional development multiple times, and they're just, kind of zoning out. And that's not the learning that they need. It was interesting, like some of the good things that came out of having to be creative around remote learning during the COVID closures were that our building was managed to do some interesting professional development where the teachers led whatever. So like what Richard was saying, instructional coach, administrators had gone through and seen what teachers were doing in the building. And then they said, oh, wow, like Tracy, you've got an amazing lesson. Can you have teachers come to your session and learn that? And so there was like 5 teachers that were all going to teach a different thing. And then teachers could choose what learning did they want to engage in. And that was some of the most powerful, PD that I got, because this was somebody that was doing it. And we had time within that session to be like, all right, show me how to set this up, and show me how and practice with it and play with it. And I had something I could do the next day. And so I don't know in terms of like choice and then also with respect to how much experience a teacher might have. Like there's things that I definitely need as a first-year teacher that I don't need anymore. And so just some thinking around that I think would be helpful. Okay, if there are no other questions or comments, thank you very much. And it looks like, okay, we're at 5:46. I think we can do you know, just out of curiosity, was dinner going to be 6:30?
I'm not sure what time it was going to be exactly, but it smells like it's out there. So it is here. It is here, Jensen.
So do we want Article 1? So let's do Article 1 and then we'll break for dinner.
Anytime I can put my thumb up tonight, I will be excited.
So this is JCEA Echo, I think. But after looking at Delta and scratching my head and reading over it, we decided to accept Jeffco Delta, the district's Delta. So there are no changes here in JCEA Echo. Everything's yellow, and we're good to TA. So aren't you excited, Amanda? I'm speechless.
Should we see?
So Amanda, you brought stickers. We brought a TA. Thank you.
Would you like us to do the thumbs up though, so that you? Okay.
Totally.
Can we get consensus on whether we are willing to TA this article? Okay. Seeing. We have our first.
Yay!
Article 1. Fantastic. All right. Well, thank you, Lisa. That is a good maybe note to break on. And we will take a short break for dinner and then come back to continue on our agenda. Looking at our time now, can we say 6:15? Okay. Excellent. Okay. So see you back here at 6:15. right. Thank you and welcome back. So thank you for providing a delicious meal for us this evening. We appreciate that. And okay, we're going to jump right back into our agenda. So I think we will continue since we did this a little out of order, but it was exciting because we got our first TA of the season. Yay. But we're going to backtrack now to Article 20, which is the JCEA Charlie version. So I believe that Lisa will walk us through. Christine will, my apologies. Christine will walk us through the professional behavior and educator discipline article.
Give me 1 second. Okay. So we accepted corrective action and some of your other language that reflects corrective action. We put in so you kind of reorganized some stuff and then we only reorganized one thing. So there was a mention of like the principal shall investigate the situation, meet with the educator, and that really is right there in 21. It was 4, now 3. So we bumped it back up so it's at the beginning. And then it just says we'll comply with the due process rights in 20-1-3. And again, we accepted corrective action. I mean, this is all original language renumbered. And then we struck formal discipline, right? Because that we can grieve any corrective action. Okay. Accepted language in 20-1-3 regarding the process. And we added in the definition of just cause. And we just bumped it right below there. So in 20-2-2, we added a little bit in there that just said, like when appropriate, it was a little bit vague. So we just said like in a situation involving a potential educator discipline. And then we added the documentation of problem solving will not follow an educator if they don't move to another school. And then the letters of expectation we struck. Again, it's language that we already have in 7. So it has one purpose in the evaluation process, and we just want to maintain that. I think the other thing is it had been mentioned when this was passed to us that a letter of expectation is kind of interchangeable with an email. But if you're an educator on the other end of it, a letter and an email will feel really different. So since it's just problem solving, it felt better to document as an email if needed. Again, we struck formal investigation. It's like any investigation. You would follow the same kind of process. Same in 20-2-3-2. We did keep formal in 20-2-3-3 because if a principal does an investigation, they probably won't write a report. We accept a lot of the corrective, like the rewording and the struck language in 20-2-4. Yes, okay. All right, and letters of direction. We liked that there was definitions for all of the different kinds of letters. And they kind of illustrated like how the progressive discipline would work. What we added in terms of the letters of direction, I think we heard in the last session that the letters of direction would all move to the district office, but the original intent, like I've sat in meetings this year where a principal has said, this letter of direction is not disciplinary, which the contract says it's informal discipline, whatever that is. So I don't think that many letters of direction for previous years were given with the intent of them being disciplinary. So we said that all previous letters for the school year would be kept in the building file and then would sunset after 3 years. We added our intended. We went back to the language that says in the event of a building principal leaving, the files would be purged. And that's it.
All right. I'll give you guys a moment to look over the changes, but if there are any questions, okay, Amanda.
Maybe it's in here and I'm not seeing it or potentially not understanding it. What would you say is the tipping point for a problem-solving conversation to become an investigation? So when I think about a formal investigation, as previously was in here, we kind of defined that and loosely, like it wasn't in language, as an investigation conducted by a third party, typically by our employee relations investigator, not by the principal. However, certainly there are times in which the principal would investigate a situation, conduct an inquiry, investigate. But like, what are your thoughts around when does it become an investigation?
Lisa probably has thoughts. Okay.
That's a really good question, Amanda. I've been trying to find the answer to that for many years. It's not clear to us at all when the decision is made to have the investigation or the questioning or the fact-finding, whatever you want to call it, stay at the building level and when it elevates to the district investigator. It is absolutely not clear to us at all. And we've had so much turnover, prior to, couldn't really tell you. It would be great to have some guidelines around that we all knew what they were. Because we have, when you're talking about the Garrity form, for example, used to be back in the day that if it was a potentially criminal event, then it would definitely get elevated. That isn't the case anymore. A lot of time principals conduct a child abuse allegation, which are frankly pretty common, that it stays at the building level until something changes that. But so the Garrity advisement, for example, might be needed to be used at the building level as well as with the more formal investigation. If you want to put some definitions in here about when it goes formal, that'd be great.
Because to each person, it could feel different, right? An investigation, like you asking me 5 questions might feel like an investigation, but to someone else, it might just feel like a day with Lisa and she has lots of questions. I just wonder, at what point, what's the tipping point? And maybe Steve has a great answer for this.
Well, and I think that if you're a building principal and you're talking to an employee about something that happened, I would probably try to calm them down first and say, look, I just need to hear your side of the story. There's been an allegation. I have to investigate it. So just tell me what happened and just try to chill everybody. But
does somebody else want to respond to that particular query? Mike. Oh, sorry. And then Steve.
Thank you. I would just point out from an investigation standpoint, it may be the principal. It also may be the community superintendent under policy KE that a parent is filing a formal grievance. So it's outlined in that policy. And then that person has the right to, or that party has the right to continue their appeal. If they're not happy with the findings of the community superintendent, they can appeal to the chief of schools. So it could be the chief of schools investigation. And then also, of course, could be employee relations, probably at the highest level of the district. And then there could also be a subsequent in parallel law enforcement investigation. So I think that's a really good question of what level is the investigation and what is our process for keeping notes and or making a report where it's not just employee relations delivering their executive summary of their findings, right? So what's how we define that, I think, would add clarity to our system.
Steve, would you like to respond?
Well, I will add, with me coming to the district, we've been trying to define that as well. And with the partners coming to the district, we've been defining that as well. And that's, I would say, partly where we're keeping the formal investigation. Really, when it comes to child abuse allegations and something of the higher level is when employee relations gets involved. Otherwise, it's expected that an inquiry, which could lead to an investigation, but still not including employee relations, is something that the principal, the administrator, and the HR partner would be looking into at the school level, or a department level, a supervisor at the department level. So it is, I would say, a work in progress in terms of truly when does it come, at what level is it informal, formal, or a serious allegation. And that's the formal to me was when employee relations gets involved and our investigator gets involved. That's a very different process than what we're asking our principals to do. Our principals, it's more, I would say, more of an inquiry that could, as you learn more, it could end up leading to an investigation, because as you learn more about child abuse allegations, let's say, and then you find out that there are markings on the child and that we're going to have to report that to the police department, or a third party, maybe social services, depending on what it is. That's becomes more of a formal investigation at that level.
Lisa?
Well, and in terms of the Garrity advisement, when a educator calls me and says someone's accused me of child abuse, I don't want to know the details, because I could technically, it's conceivable that I could be called to testify in court against the member. So I don't want to know the details. You send them to a lawyer, and of course then you have, lawyer-client privilege. So even if let's say it's everything's got to start at the building. So when the principal's talking to a teacher that's been accused of something, at that point, you don't know if it's going to become a criminal matter, but it has the potential to be if it's a child abuse allegation. So even then, I would want a Garrity advisement, because I don't want that principal to have to go to court at some point, testify against a teacher in their building. I mean, that would be horrible for everybody. So I think the Garrity piece ought to happen whenever there's any inquiry, investigation, whatever you want to call it, of a child abuse allegation in particular. There may be other instances of potential criminal charges, but that's the one that's most common and first comes to mind.
Christine?
To repeat a little of what Lisa has said, I have not been around as long as she has, but when I did start, there were things that teachers were put on leave for and then investigated by district investigators that are now being handled by principals. And I think that that's why we really want to make sure there's consistent practices no matter what happens or who's investigating it. And the other thing is I can name at least one instance where educators were investigated by their principal this year, but they weren't told it was an investigation. They said, let's just sit down. We're going to problem solve this. Tell me what happened. And then suddenly they got a letter. So again, I think there needs to be the same practice regardless of who's investigating it.
And I think the district would agree with you on that. I did also have a question just on 20-1-5-1. You're defining just cause. Is there a reason why I don't want to go back to something we've already TA'd with Article 1, but why would that not be in Article 1 under definitions?
This is something that really applies to this article and what you would do when you're facing corrective action or discipline. So we felt like it's most applicable to be here. And if you're a principal or someone who may have to discipline someone, ta-da, the definition's right there. You don't have to go to one where you might not think to look.
All right. Are there any additional questions around Article 20?
Actually, I have a quick question about that just cause definition. Prior notice, meaning the person was previously notified that their behavior was okay. I was like, prior notice as in they were given prior notice of the. Thank you.
No, usually prior notice is exactly what you said. And it is if you don't do XYZ, here's what the consequence could be.
Got it. That makes sense. I read it wrong.
And it might be just like the rule that everybody's supposed to know. Like that's prior notice. You know you're not supposed to hit kids. Just,
All right.
Question?
Sorry, Mike?
That's okay. Thank you. So I would just like some discussion on what you mean by in 2151 in your just cause definition, progressive discipline. Last time I made the comment of, I would argue sometimes progressive discipline isn't the place you need to start, right? To your point, Lisa, like we don't hit kids, right? So you wouldn't start at the lowest level on an issue like that. You'd start at the right level on an issue like that, correct? So I just would like your thoughts on why include progressive discipline in just cause?
So this is the definition from the 7 tests of just cause. It is usually what an arbiter will use when they are looking at a case. And yes, we agree. Sometimes something is so egregious, as Lisa said, don't hit kids, right? You wouldn't say we're going to start off by having a problem-solving conversation with that, right? And yes, in the big book of just cause, it does say unless there are things that are egregious. But yes, this is the normal standard that you would use for, the run-of-the-mill things.
And, part of the conversation whenever there's a disagreement would be, was this infraction egregious enough to jump up to the top of the ladder of, but yeah, sometimes they are. I mean, I've been involved with people getting fired and they'd never been in trouble before, but it was a very egregious thing they had done. And sometimes I agreed it deserved that. So, but that would be part of the conversation that might occur. So progressive discipline, there's kind of an asterisk by it, in other words.
Brooke?
I also think that this helps administrators too to make sure that when they're dealing with discipline, they've given someone a fair process, right? Prior notice also, unless it's egregious, right? I don't know what I'm doing wrong unless somebody tells me. I mean, yes, I might be late every time, but unless you stop to have a conversation with me, maybe I have toddlers, maybe my daycare doesn't open till a certain time. It's not going to go on forever. It's just until they get into school or, but that's why these things are so important, so that we can make sure that we're giving people a fair process when their behavior is not egregious. And I think it helps principals be fair too, so they can recognize bias, right?
Jennifer?
I just wanted to clarify too, it seems that there was some confusion perhaps around the intention of the letters of direction becoming disciplinary, and that's not currently the case. And the reason why that would happen is because we had added the layer of the letter of expectation, which would be sort of currently what a letter of direction is, right? So that's the non-disciplinary, informal way to document a conversation. And that's at that point when a letter of direction would then be the first step in corrective action. So that's the distinguishing difference between those two. If we decide ultimately not to add that letter of expectation into that layer, that would change the nuance then of the letter of direction potentially. So just putting that out there for clarification.
I would mildly disagree because the contract language right now says a letter of direction is informal discipline, which is discipline. So I think that's why we're aiming to clarify it too in this proposal.
Great discussion. Are there any additional? Yep, Lisa.
I just want to make a comment that we spend a lot of time on discussing things like this, particularly this article, because the consequences are so serious for the individual. And yet I just want to say for the record, very few of our educators even engage in this process. So if we have members at home watching us, they're kind of like, I don't care about Article 20, because most people are never going to have to care about Article 20. But if it's you, it's very important that it's done right.
All right. Thank you, Christine, for presenting that language. And we're going to move on to Article 3, which is the District Delta.
Can I ask a quick question about the order? Did Article 1 jump down?
Yes,
accidentally.
We jumped it up.
Oh, okay.
Ahead so that we could enjoy our dinner.
Got it. I thought I was crazy for a second. How did that get there?
All right. It looks like it is now in the agenda. If you would all like to pull it up.
District Delta Article 3, correct? I will be reading that one. So forgive me, but I'm not sure I quite, well, we're crossing out the including working conditions and allocation of district resources. We're good on the dates there. We were 3-4.
My fault.
Oh,
That's me.
sorry, yeah.
Sorry, Steve. Hold on one second.
Yeah.
I got a little confused on. I thought we were in the wrong version for a second. So, maybe.
Delta. You got it. All right, so 3-4. The president of the association, as well as JCEA staff and CEA staff who have requested approval, we're in agreement with that by the principal. We are, let's see, in agreement with the association will coordinate visits with the principal or the principal's designee by sending a calendar invite at least 24 hours in advance with a stated purpose for the visit and length of visit. Scrolling down, we've already agreed with the pony and intra-building deliveries, as well as the association representatives in 3-6. 3-7, we've also already agreed to those things. And so then we come down to 3-9. And here we are down in the middle section there. Complaints pursuant to this article are subject to the grievance process. Complaints pursuant to district policy, GBAA, will follow the defined complaint process for this policy. We still feel that we should be following the board policy, not a grievance procedure, as we go through those policies that have a process in place already. Down to 3-10, the association will be provided the time and opportunity to present during new employee orientation and educator induction in order to welcome new employees, introduce them to the association's mission, and invite eligible employees to join. The appropriate, we've already agreed to this, but I'll read it anyway. The appropriate district departments will coordinate new employee orientation and induction planning in the association and invite association representatives to such meetings. So what we are doing here is combining 3-10-1 and with 3-10 so that orientation and induction are just in one article. And then we get down to the dues deductions. We're in agreement with 311-1 already. Coming down, we are proposing, the 6 weeks, we were just asking for 45 days just to keep it in the days. And that also with August 15th being the date, we felt that brings it to right around the 2nd of July. And that would be it. Any questions?
Rob?
Can I just get clarification on that very first 3-1? You struck the working conditions. And I mean, I just think to the school I teach in, sometimes one room is like 50 degrees Fahrenheit when we get there in the morning. Another room is 85 degrees. And another situation that happened for years and years in my school was we have a chemical stock room and the fan was broken. And I talked to the principal and the fan would not get, would be maybe fixed for a day and then it would be broken again. And that happened year after year after year. And it wasn't until, the current principal came there where it got fixed. And to me, if the district is not providing a situation where students can learn, where they're not like shivering, or where employees have to be in a room that could have toxic fumes, I think that would be something that JCA should be able to put something into the contract where, it's not okay to have a stock room that has unsafe vapors and things like that. So I guess I'm just wondering, why are you striking the working conditions?
I appreciate that story, Rob. We felt that the agreement is talking about working conditions, but your story is getting into those details that my belief was we were talking about the agreement and the working conditions that defines, and that's already in the process with the agreement in place. But what you're sharing, and I appreciate your story, that's getting into what exactly is, the conditions of the classroom, right? And we don't get into that with this agreement. So I appreciate hearing that story. Thank you.
Brooke?
Yeah, my question is around 3-11.3. So my question is there significance to July 2nd and this 45-day period? And then I just want to give you a little information. So when you join JCEA, you also become a member of CEA and NEA, and our dues are all encompassed in that. And so dues are actually decided at our NEA RA, and that's July 4th every year. And so we don't have those numbers until the week after. And then our CEA delegate assembly is in April. So that is why we need more time. So.
And in talking with payroll, they need time in order to make sure that they can make the changes, because there are different areas in the system that they need to make those changes. And then they need to test the system to make sure that those changes are taking place.
Yeah, and I understand that. So I guess we're going to have to figure out a better day, but I that's why we kind of put that in there. So it needs to be at least a week after July 4th, because we don't have those numbers. Because they'd have to redo it anyway.
All right.
Are there any other questions for Kendra?
Maybe I missed it, but in 3.3, it looks like you struck a part of it, and I just didn't hear you talking about why that line was struck. So I wonder if you don't mind repeating it. If I missed it, I apologize.
No, certainly. My apologies. I was thinking we struck that out in Bravo, and it was still just struck out. But we're striking it out again because we do not feel it's the district's obligation to take care of a stipend that the association is providing to the principal, to the president.
Just for some quick context on that, in speaking with our chief financial officer, typically stipends paid by the district are for services or work done for the district. Not to say that the JCEA president isn't oftentimes working on behalf of the district, but typically that stipend is paid for work that is done on behalf of the of JCEA itself. So just so you understand, like how we classify stipends that are paid by the district, and we know that isn't being asked to be paid by the district, but through the district.
Brooke, did you want to respond?
Respond to that because other districts in the Denver metro area put their presidents on, like they're on like a 210 or whatever. But I actually work more days than that as well. And just for clarification, the district wouldn't be paying that stipend; they would be fully reimbursed. But it just makes tax purposes easier, and it would be para-includable. So like that's another. Because, we don't have a lot of perks, and so that would be, something that might entice somebody else to run. I'm just saying.
All right. Are there any other questions around this Article 3?
Just a quick question. Brooke, did you say it would be para-includable or not includable? For some reason, I thought that it was previously presented, and it might have been when you weren't here, that it was non-inclusive of para.
I think it would depend on how it was worded. It's my understanding, I think, that bonuses are not para-includable, but stipends are. So I think, I mean, to me, that's something that's a part of the negotiations, would be whether it would be para-includable. Regardless of whether it's para-includable or not, JCA would be paying the full cost of all of it.
Yeah, it would come as no cost to the district. Right now we reimburse the district for my salary, my benefits, everything. And I don't want to make this about me. I want to make it about future presidents. But it just makes taxes very hard, and I have to like put pretty much my whole stipend in savings so I can pay taxes. And we've had previous presidents that have gotten audited by the IRS. So I just want to prevent that. And it was not me, just for the record, but I just, there's enough things to worry about.
And Brooke, just to touch on this also, this is something that you all are determining as an association of what the appropriate amount is. It's not something that the district has any involvement in, and thus we don't feel it should be running through our payroll. It's not something that we get to control. Where your contract is, it's the same number of days that you're working as an educator, and that is something that we negotiate regarding, how many days you're working in a year.
But I work beyond those days. So, and I meet with the district during the summer. So do I decline those meetings now?
I would say that's up to you to negotiate with the district of whether or not you are to be in attendance during those off months and those off days.
I think it's in the best interest that.
I'm not going to disagree with you on that.
So, but it comes at no cost. So, and currently my pay comes through the district. So I'm just asking for it to be bundled into one pay stub.
So are you sharing that the district would have control of what that amount is? No. Right. And that's where it's not under the district's discretion.
But that's why we're negotiating it, because we negotiate pay.
Okay.
Brooke, just in reference to the other, you talked about some of the other Front Range school districts, teachers union presidents. You said that some of them are compensated through increased days worked. Is that in lieu of a stipend or also in addition to a stipend?
No, so like Boulder, Cherry Creek, like they're on a 210 or whatever, but they're done after that. Like,
so they
will not meet with anyone during that time or work during that.
And they don't get an additional stipend.
No, but that is considered their stipend.
That's what I was wondering is if, so there's the stipend that is currently part of your, that you would receive, or that the president of JCEA would receive, is because of the shortened work year or the
extended, because I work year round.
I'm sorry, the extended work year. Thank you.
I work the whole 12 months.
Got it.
And so of the other presidents, and so my stipend is determined through our bylaws, but and it's like it's it's just something it's really makes your tax, because it's a 1099, so it makes it really difficult. It's just another thing, and so it would be really nice to just have it all together as one, and my taxes would be taken out as they are now.
Okay. Thank you. Rob?
Sorry, just as someone not, that it doesn't matter to other than I, know Brooke well. What is the district benefiting by not paying the stipend? Because if it's refunded all the way, if it makes her life easier, if it then allows her to, with due diligence, work during the summer, whereas now she's going to be like, well, screw it, why should I work in the summer? What's the advantage of the district not doing this?
My only understanding, and I don't fully understand the the why yes, why no type conversation around this. It does have something to do with para and whether it's para includable or non-para includable. And so that is one of the pieces that we would have to investigate a little bit more. But otherwise, do you have any other?
Well, and I would just go back to it's in your bylaws of what the stipend amount is, and is it accurate for me to share or ask that it could vary depending on the year? And so we negotiate what stipends are in the agreement, and this is not something, you're not negotiating a certain amount, you're negotiating a variance. And so that, again, it's not a certain amount that you're asking us to pay as a district to you and be reimbursed. I get that, but it could be a random amount, and again, not at the discretion of the district of what that amount is.
I just want to point out, Steve, it's a random amount anyway because you get presidents at different years and different levels. So it's going to be a random amount, and just like when we tell you what our due structures is, we'll tell you what the president will be making, and it would be at the same time. So payroll would have an ample amount of time to make adjustments.
And I would share that it's not. I understand it varies depending on who the president is, but it's not a variable amount because we know what that individual is making through the salary structure and how they got placed and their years of service and all of that. It's not, we know it's a defined amount. It varies depending on who the president is, but it's a defined amount.
Lisa, did you have something you wanted to add?
Well, I guess I just don't understand either. I mean, what we're trying to negotiate here is an accounting process. We're not trying to negotiate additional stipend. We're trying to negotiate an accounting process for the released president simply for tax purposes, so that the president's life is easier because the stipend is bundled, as Brooke said, with her district salary, and then all of it would be, as we've said before, paid for by Jcea. So I'm still struggling with what the problem is. I really am. I understand it's a little bit of work on the part of payroll, but very, very minimal, and from what I can imagine.
I would agree with that too. I mean, we have counselors that have additional days. We have details that have additional days. This is someone that works 12 months out of the year. So, and it would, and it's no cost to the district.
I mean, is that the kind of thing where when we tell you what our dues changes could be, this is also the stipend, which may not change until we get a new president or change our bylaws. And we could notify, I mean, it's not 170 people. It's just one person's. Is it possible to get some clarification on the para piece?
Yeah, I mean, the para piece, just reviewing Brenna's thinking and Julie's thinking around this, it can't be para includable.
I'm fine with that.
Right, and I think that you
taxes.
Right, I think you knew that previously. So I'm going to have to go back to payroll and to chief financial and get some more information.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Not seeing any further questions. So in that case, we are going to move on to, looks like what's next is Article 10. This is the district version 2 with some language added in after a previous conversation.
My apologies. I have now gotten the screen. There we go. Okay. Article 10 So as you recall, last week we brought back a Bravo version. However, there was some question around a piece of the article that we had not attended to. Just so for everyone's awareness, this was not an article that was on our original interest list, and so we accepted your changes, and we did not think a whole lot more. We did do a bit of wordsmithing, but otherwise we didn't do a whole lot to it. But then it was posed, what about this section? And so we added some things. We also reread 1052 and changed some language around, like some words, because it sounded really weird. And you'll have to reread it without the red lines to understand why it sounded weird. But here's where we start. In 1052, types of decision making will include command decisions, which are made by administration and appropriately communicated to the staff. Consultative decisions, which will be ultimately decided by the administration after consultation with stakeholders, the staff, and at times, families and students. Consensus decisions, which are, we tried to follow the same pattern we were using in the previous definitions of consultative and command by using which are made with an entire committee or at times the entire staff. When consensus cannot be reached, at the very least, a majority of the staff or of the committee or staff will be in agreement. So we just cleaned up the language because it sounded funny, but you can certainly read through that and see if it sounded funny to you as well. This part I believe, presented some of it last week. Decisions will be communicated to all staff with applicable background information as appropriate. ALT and or OLT representatives will consult with educators and departments when considering a decision that will directly impact them. In 10.6, I remember presenting this last week, we said where possible, special education providers would participate in OLT. Certainly we want that to happen, and we don't want to stretch our part-time educators so much that they have to be on all the committees at all the schools that they serve. Same thing down in 10.7, we left special educators. It already had the language where possible there, just so everyone is aware. And then finally, we accepted special education in 10.11 in order to provide a little bit more clarity to the analogous processes that can be created. So in 10.11, or that should be created rather, workplaces or district departments outside of the school setting will develop analogous processes for collaborating, gathering input, problem solving, addressing challenges, and informing effective decision making. So as you all are aware, the word analogous, which I've looked up many times this week just to make sure I have a full understanding of it, means similar processes. So what this is saying is that departments that employ teachers on special assignment, for example, should be developing similar processes to those that are outlined previously in Article 10.
All right, we'll give everybody a moment to look at it, but if there are any questions, put your card up. Okay. All right, seeing none, thank you very much. We will take that back for consideration. And now we're going to move right along with Article 19. This is the district delta of the grievance process.
On to Article 19. Okay, so this is another one of those red, yellow, and blue articles. The purpose of the grievance, we switched the word from procedure to process, is to provide a fair and expeditious manner of resolving concerns that an employee has been the subject of an unjust or inequitable disciplinary action, or that the provisions of this agreement or a district personnel policy. We wanted to be more specific about which policies would potentially be grounds for a grievance. District personnel policies are only subject to the grievance process when no complaint process is otherwise defined in policy. Example, GBAA, as we referred to in Article 9. We already accepted filing a grievance. We already accepted the ways in which grievance are filed. In 1912, such requests will be fulfilled at least 2 days before the meeting when possible. Certainly, there may be information that comes up. Thank you, Jennifer. There may be information that comes up less than 2 days before the meeting. I feel like we had discussed that if information is not available, the meeting potentially could be rescheduled, certainly, but we don't want to limit ourselves to if everyone's ready to meet and new information just came up 24 hours in advance, that would still be provided as quickly as possible. 1913, formal grievances must cite articles from the collective bargaining agreement or district personnel policies that do not have a defined complaint process, just to align to the language we previously wrote in above. We've already accepted most of the rest of this until 19412. So we would like to return the language to 10 days. However, we did like your addition of educator contract days. We thought that was important to point out that it was not 10 days including weekends, that it was only inclusive of days the educators would be actually expected to work. We put that part was already in there. Both the employee and administrator may be accompanied by a representative. Approved district forms we already agreed to, and 30 business days we already agreed to. That is it. Rob?
Yeah, I was just wondering on 1913, why did you insert the word personnel for policy?
We did this.
Because to me, I could see many policies that might not relate directly to personnel that could potentially be grieved.
So we had suggested that in 1901 that any policies, or rather any articles within the CBA, as well as any district personnel policies, right? Because when you think about the intent of the collaborative bargaining agreement, it's really around things relating to employment. And things relating to the ways in which teachers are supported and are conducting their daily business. And so that is the same, we felt as though that would align the district personnel policies and things that are referenced in them, such as the employee handbook, would make sense to align to that same grievance process.
So if you violate a policy that doesn't happen to have a personnel policy to it, then you can't grieve it?
Not to say that you can't file a complaint about it, but the expectation would be that you go through either the complaint process as outlined or through a problem-solving process rather than a grievance, which we feel should be subject to things involving employment, since the grievance process is written into the collaborative bargaining agreement for employees, whether it's Jcea grievance process or JESPA grievance process.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome. Lisa?
To add to the conversation that Rob started, I'm just looking at district policies really quick, and I certainly see a number of policies and categories of policies that are unlikely to be grieved. But I also see, like, under policy A, foundations and basic commitments, those are all the non-discrimination, equal opportunity policies. So if someone felt that was being violated, what would their recourse be?
So I would say that in Article 3-9, we wrote in information, right, around harassment and discrimination. Mm-hmm. And because that's part of 3-9,
okay,
it would be grievable, okay, with the exception of sexual harassment, which is outlined in GBAA, as well as certainly Title IX rights.
Okay, the other section I'm looking at that I think might have the potential to be grieved would be section I, instruction, and J, students.
Oh.
Although we certainly
Now
have.
everyone is watching the. Sorry about that, Lisa. I have all of what you're looking at and I'm looking at up on the screen.
Okay, great. You're so smart. Although we do have language around student discipline. I don't know. I'm thinking out loud here.
As well as academic freedom, right? Which encompasses a lot of what I think might be written into some of the I policies, the instruction policies. As I previewed academic freedom, I feel like there's some similarities into those policies and into that article. And then same thing with what you just said in educator. Remind me which article it is. Around student discipline and educator support for student discipline. 9. J. No, I'm sorry. J is policy. 9 is the article. Yes.
Okay. I'll do some more things.
Of course.
Christine?
I'm looking at policy now too. Yeah, there's definitely policy in J, which now I gotta pull up, which is a shall. It's in compliance with the law. Basically says that if a student is disciplinarily removed from a classroom, they have to write a behavior plan after 2 instances. So if that's not happening and we can't grieve it, what are we supposed to do?
I would first work directly with your administrator and try to solve it at the lowest level, certainly, right, as outlined in our problem-solving processes. And if the administrator is struggling with that, potentially they could be seeking resources from our director of student discipline or their special education assistant director, depending on the student's disability or ability levels.
And if that's not happening,
then they bring it to you and you bring it to us.
Through the grievance process.
I understand what you're saying. Brooke? Oh, sorry. No, that's fine.
And granted, we're all pulling up policies, and I just feel like it. I see things in here like labor relations, and that's H. So and it's all about the negotiations process. And if the negotiations process isn't being followed, I think we should be able to grieve that. And of course, I need to probably look at it a little bit closer, and now I'm under pressure. But there's also environment and safety. I think that's important because our students' learning conditions are our working conditions. So if someone is in a area where they're exposed to hazardous materials day after day and their fan isn't working, as Rob told that story, I think that's something that we should be able to grieve, because we as a district, we have a responsibility to protect our employees and our students. So I just think, at least as Mama Lisa always says, the devil's in the details. So I think we just, by outlining only which articles we can grieve, is limiting our possibilities to problem solve. And once again, I just want to highlight grieving is not a bad thing. It was designed so that workers wouldn't just walk off the job without trying to problem solve something before just walking out. So if we're not allowed to grieve things like working conditions, and we're put in unsafe positions, and we're trying to advocate for our students and our colleagues, and we can't grieve it, I worry about other actions, when people feeling hopeless. So what the grievance process does is it provides us a chance to address those things. I understand that we could file a complaint through HR, but I think having one process in place that we follow is better, and it's easier for people to know what to do and to guide them.
I appreciate that. I appreciate your advocacy for consistency. With regard to some of the other policies outlined, right? The policy, H policies, some of the, you said another policy that I've now forgotten already. E. I would say that a lot of what is written into the policies is also in the collaborative bargaining agreement. A lot of what's there is in alignment, especially the negotiations. I mean, that's the entire Article 4 and 2, I think, 2 and 4. And so the other thing about grievance versus problem solving, we do have several different collaborative work groups. We have problem solving pathways and processes, right? The JCEA meeting with the superintendent, JCEA meeting with employee relations and school leadership. There are ways in which we are working together and collaborating, which we very much appreciate. Knowing things that are going on in the system that we may not be privy to, that we can work to problem solve together without having to go through a formal process. And so I absolutely understand the advocacy for consistency. And I also do believe that we are currently working in pretty collaborative ways to solve problems.
I would just add that, yeah, I think that is true, but also there can be changes in the makeup of who's working in the Ed Center, and that can cause pretty seismic changes in our working conditions as well. Lisa, did you have another comment? Okay. All right. Any other comments, questions, concerns, conundrums, to quote Dale? No? Okay. All right. So it looks like we are to our last item on the first part of our agenda. So this would be Article 4, District Bravo.
All right. And I got some heavy hitters tonight, huh? All right, this one, we're going to go for a big proposal here and see what will happen. Don't worry. It's going to be great. Okay, so in 411, we certainly accepted the changes to having a 4-year agreement beginning this July and August 1st and going through July 30th, 2028. We would like to offer some additional language during the term of this agreement. The agreement will not be reopened except by mutual consent of the parties or when permitted by law or this agreement. We agreed to the language you added to 412 unless otherwise negotiated by the parties, which is regarding opening compensation conversations each year. In 413, we would like to offer some language. The agreement is open for negotiation during the 6 months prior to the date the agreement is scheduled to expire. While the agreement is open upon request by either party, the district and the association will negotiate as provided in this article. Should it become necessary to review or revise language prior to the scheduled year of expiration, other than that which is outlined in Article 412, either party may request and collaboratively reach agreement on a memorandum of understanding. So what we are proposing here is that we do not negotiate language annually, that we do full openers every 4 years to renegotiate all language. And then in the interim, as necessary, we solve any language issues through MOUs. And then we accepted language through good faith bargaining. We tried to simplify the definition and make it a little bit more concise. So we said good faith bargaining means entering into discussions with an open and fair mind and a sincere purpose to find a basis for agreement, being prepared for a full, free, and rational discussion of the issues, and the willingness to make best efforts to reach a negotiated agreement. It does not compel either party to agree or to make concessions on a specific issue. So I apologize for crossing out all of the previous language. Some of it is identical. I just wanted to make it all together in one chunk. And then finally, we accepted the language counter proposals will be presented at the subsequent session. And then we changed the word if at all possible to when possible. And, of course, we agreed to if the board rejects the tentative agreement, which we don't anticipate happening, but certainly could, the parties will meet to determine next steps. It has. And that is, and then you had added the word in 456. We accepted it. That would be generous. You're welcome. And that is it on Article 4. I know that was kind of a lot.
All right, Dale.
So I just want to understand, make sure that I understand 413. So the contract will be a 4-year contract, and then in between that 4 years, there would be no negotiations on language. So essentially, we would redo the entire the only time we would meet to do language would be to redo the entire contract every 4 years.
Correct. Okay. That's what we're proposing.
Or have an MOU, yeah. Okay.
Christine?
Well, I guess I just don't understand. Let's just say plan time, for example, is a problem year over year. Why would we address it through an MOU rather than reopening the contract?
If we had the opportunity to gain more time, that would be amazing. And oftentimes, an MOU is a short-term fix, right? And so when I think about the additional days that we've added in over the past 2 years, the 4 days, the 3 days the year prior in it, and the 2 late start days, and then the 4 days last year, that potentially could have been done through an MOU. And then this year we could have tried to problem solve the problem of no time, although I'm not sure there's a great solution to it. But the thinking really is that as we're able to come up with solutions like that, let's try them out through an MOU and then rewrite them into language. I often feel like when we're negotiating every year, we're not giving language enough time to see if it works or doesn't work. Now, if there are immediate issues that need to be taken care of or addressed, then I think that we come to the table and have a conversation using the MOU process and fix things in the immediacy, right? If something is gone awry in October, I'm not sure we should actually wait until the following August to fix it, right? I mean, that is what the MOU process is for. And ideally, a multi-year agreement, this is what they actually look like in other districts. I know I'm going out on a limb. I just, thought I'd try it out.
Swing big. You never know, right? So then just to kind of synthesize that. So then between the full reopeners, then whenever an issue arises, we would reach out and say, hey, we want to bargain this MOU. And you'd say, okay, sure. Right?
I mean, notice that it says either party may request and collaboratively reach agreement on a memorandum of understanding. So certainly, if we felt there was an issue, we could reach out to you and say, this is an issue. We need to talk about this language. Example, the PLC meeting times, right? That has been a problem year over year to the point where people have requested variances, people have grieved, we've tried language, we've tried different language. Potentially, we could have come to you had we not had the ability to bring that article every year, which we do, and said, might this be an idea, an MOU? I mean, Brooke and I informally worked together to clarify some language around that at the beginning of the year that got sent out to membership. And so did that need to be an MOU? Not necessarily. However, it was, that was like a collaborative way in which to clarify language without having to reopen. Oh, hi, Callie. Without having to open the whole agreement. I just saw Callie, Jcea staff. Sorry about that. Kelly, we have stickers.
Richard.
Just a logistic type question, and I just like thinking out about how this process would work. What if PLC, like, I don't know, something like PLC, what if we brought up PLC time, right? And would that, by us bringing up that there needs to be a language change or an MOU around that, does that automatically, if we bring it up, does that automatically mean that we're going to have an MOU about it? Or
Not necessarily. I think it could be a clarification, right? So when Brooke and I worked together on that language this year, I had drafted something, or maybe it was Christine, maybe it was all three of us, but it didn't result in an MOU. It was me clarifying for administrators and them clarifying for members, like, here is what we believe this to mean. And we agreed on it, and we didn't need to adjust the language. We could have, but we didn't necessarily need to. I actually offered some of that language in this year's Article 5, but it was just a common agreement.
so you would imagine that MOU language would be created through an email exchange, or like would we gather, like, I don't know, like how would that process?
So this past fall, we worked together in an MOU for the ROFs hiring, the ROFs closing schools, right, for the educators to ensure that they had appropriate support for finding new positions. We did that through a one-night, 4-hour session conversation with district, with teachers who were part of the closing schools, with JCEA staff, and we just came to agreement on the MOU that evening after some language like adjustments. More grammatical type things were conducted via email, but otherwise, that's what that session looked like.
Thank you.
Rob?
Okay, I guess a concern I have, and I appreciate your, like, let's go for it attitude, but a concern I have is often when there are problems that arise, one of the parties it's a huge problem with, the other party might benefit by not addressing it. Which, certainly when I think of national politics, there are a lot of things that it's like, oh no, keep it the same, and other people are like, this is horrible, or vice versa. So my fear here would be is if you do have that dynamic set up here, if there's something that's really onerous for teachers and for the district, it's like, oh, let's not touch that because we're good as it is. What would be the motivation for the district to agree to bargain on or to make an MOU on that?
Well, I would say that if they have a handful of disgruntled employees, that should be motivation in itself, right? I mean, our intent is not to allow suffering to continue, and I use suffering very loosely, but to allow teachers to continue having to work in a situation that is not ideal is never our interest or our desire. So certainly we want to work through problems like that.
What about a board, say, 10 years ago?
Right. I understand what you're saying. We're never going to have a board like that again. Never say never. It's always possible. Yeah, I understand what you're saying now.
Lisa?
I just wanted to point out, too, that we do have the collaborative working group that meets monthly with district administration to talk to them about specific problems, not big picture problems. Usually it's more specific issues. And I could see an MOU coming out of that conversation. We had another MOU that we did this year about an idea that you brought to us about, I forget the tech, what do we call them? The people that were going to go work in the technology office for a year and then go back to their building.
Grant. So
yeah,
it was any educator, like it could primarily details, but it could be educators that were interested in technology, and it was they would come to the Ed Center and be, and then go back to their schools. So their positions would be held, and they would. The idea is that they would rotate taking that knowledge back to their schools and teaching the people within their schools. And that was a great MOU. I think I can see pros and cons on both ends, right? We all know that this can be exhausting work. But it's also important that, educators feel heard and they hear their stories at the table. So, our concern too is members losing their voices and things happening behind closed doors. And that's very much against my vision as a president. And, I'm termed out after, the next 2.5 years. So, but I think, we have to, if we went down this route, I think we would have to make sure that we still have some form of public speaking so that our educators could come and, see the process and the concerns, and we're transparent about it.
Thank you.
Michelle?
The discussion has prompted some of my wonderings and thinking, so I actually have some clarifications that I'm wondering about. There is the provision in here that says that we could reopen this if it's mutually agreed upon, right? So who is the decision maker around that for the district? Would it be the board would have to approve that? Would it be the superintendent that approves that? So I just wanted to raise that as a question, kind of thinking about a point that Rob brought up. It is a board that would have to approve
You're
that.
all looking at me like it's my decision.
It's Amanda.
This agreement is between the school board and JCEA, and you all are here as the district team as representatives of the board. So I would imagine that technically, yes, the board would have to approve that. I'm sure they wouldn't even think about it unless someone, what if you went to them and said, hey, we think we need to do X? But yeah, the board's the final decision maker on that.
So if the board says, no, we're not reopening, or JCEA says, no, we're not reopening, then it wouldn't occur.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, Stephanie, I missed you earlier. Sorry.
It's all good. Okay, I am going to try, because I'm super confused. So I'm going to try and articulate my question. One, I was quickly looking through the agreement, and I don't see anything outlined for some of the questions, like if an MOU is there, like what is the process? How is that determined? So do we need to have some language around that? I don't know, I'm putting it out there. And then two, if we do the MOUs, are we thinking we would only open articles or we would discuss issues? Because there are things that are outlined in the contract in multiple different areas, SPED being one of them, right? Like there's an issue with special education, but it's outlined in several different areas. But if you only open Article 5 for the MOU, and we're only discussing it, then would it influence the rest of the areas? Or is it just, is that MOU, is it going to tackle the article or is it going to tackle the issues, I guess? I don't know. I'm not sure I'm articulating myself well. Maybe somebody else can jump in, but just wondering.
My interpretation of an MOU is that it's addressing issues, not articles. And to your point, an issue could be identified in multiple articles that we need to then, once we reopen, address in each one of those articles if the MOU is producing the results that we expect. Does anybody else have a different understanding of what an MOU is intended for? Basically, when it's a memorandum of understanding, we just put our understanding in writing and sign it.
All right. Any additional questions? I'm sorry, Mike.
Thank you. I just want to reiterate the possibility of that longer term contract. And a pro of that could be just, again, the clarity that this document provides. So as leaders, we want our leaders following the contract. We want our educators, talking about the contract, learning the contract, and following the contract, right? Whether it be educator discipline or professional learning, the evaluation process. It takes time to learn the contract and put these systems and structures in place. And so I think about all the work that we did collectively this year with Jcea to help our principals and employees and committee members understand Article 10. So the benefit of allowing it to play out longer is, and being able to identify issues, right, and or articles that are issues through an MOU process, is that people can become proficient in the contract before the language is again renegotiated and changed.
All right. Am I missing any other questions, comments? Okay. Thank you for that clarification. And looking at our agenda, we are now through all the first presentation of language this evening. It is a little after 7:30. I would propose we go into caucus and come back to the table at, say, 8:30 to see if there is either any language we can return tonight. And if so, yes. And if not, we do agenda setting and joint communication. That sound good to everybody? All right. Fantastic. Thank you. We'll be back at 8:30. right, welcome back. Oh, that was really loud. Sorry. Welcome back. We're a little punchy here at after 8:30 at night, but we were very successful in being able to return 2 red lines tonight. So that is exciting news. So we have both 19 and 10 ready to go. We'll start with, just because it's on the agenda first, Article 19. That is the JCEA Echo version of grievance language. And I'm not sure, is it Christine? You're on deck. Sweet.
I need to be led into the teams. Thank you. Now I got to move things. Hold on. Oh, I don't know why. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Okay. So we agreed to process. We again struck out the just limiting us to the personnel G series.
It's hold on. It's not projecting.
Oh, okay. Just kidding.
Do we know why? Got it. Okay.
Oh, and I'll make it so that way people can read it. Okay. We're there. So we found this in board policy. So we just want to call attention to it. I linked it there. We'll pass it over that way. But it says, in board policy, permit staff to greet the board when the internal grievance procedures have been exhausted and the employee alleges that board policy has been violated. In other words, it's in policy that we can grieve policy. And so then we just have the except for when there is a complaint process outlined for sexual harassment and unlawful discrimination. Okay. And then we struck in 913 to reflect what we have above. And we agree to 10 educator contract days. And that is it.
Are there any questions, clarifications on the changes that we've made?
Yes.
I'll give you another moment to look. All right, if there are no questions, I'm going to assume you would like to take some time to look this over a little longer.
Potentially, yeah, we might need, we could need a few minutes, or we could need a week, but I'm guessing somewhere in that range.
Between 2 minutes and a week. Perfect.
I'll let you know in a couple minutes.
So, sounds good. All right, well, you'll take your time, and we're gonna go ahead and move ahead for Article 10. This is the collaboration article. We have JCA Charlie version. So, Lisa, you're going to present? Fantastic.
guess I'll turn this on. Nothing's changed. So yeah, I think we agreed to your rewording in 10.5.2. We changed the wording a little bit at the end here. Individuals and departments with educators directly impacted by a decision should be participants in the decision-making process when those decisions are being discussed and made. So either they come to a meeting for 5 minutes or what have you. We agreed to the where possible in 10-6. And I think there was another where possible down here. Okay, 10-11. We liked your language, and I had written some language before tonight, so we kind of did an amalgamation of them. So workplaces or district departments outside of the school setting will have a collaborative decision-making committee similar to an OLT to collaborate, gather input, problem solve, address challenges, and collaboratively inform collective decision-making facing the department or team. Each committee will have a minimum of 2 TOSA representatives. These committees will be formed at the executive director level at a minimum. Some departments may benefit from committees at the director or assistant director level. And what we mean by that is, like the executive director of curriculum and instruction, there would at least be a collaborative committee for all the TOSAs that work under that person. But if there's a jillion of them, then maybe we want to move down to the director level and have, say, there's 3 directors under her. I don't know how many there are. Maybe you have 3 collaboration committees in curriculum and instruction at the director level. We're not dictating what should happen there. We're leaving that up to the department. And it's just going to depend on how large the department is and how many TOSAs there are. I think in most cases, a committee at the executive director level will probably be sufficient. Does that make sense? Okay. And that's it.
Thank you, Lisa. Beth, could you explain what the structure currently is at least in teaching and learning? What it currently looks like as far as your meetings with TOSAs and such?
Yes. So at the director level, the teams are pretty small already. So they're for example, on my math team, there are 6 TOSAs. So we meet once a week. It's almost like a leadership team meeting already. So we're collaboratively problem solving, making decisions, and discussing ways to gather input. And so that, I feel, is kind of already happening at the director level.
So I'll just say it. What I don't want to have happen is what happened when the literacy interventionists were going to all be done away with without any conversation with them or the department or anything. And at a school level, that would have been a discussion of the OLT because they discuss budget, they discuss staffing. And so that's what I don't want to have happen in the future. I want those decisions made with the people so that their voices are in the room and et cetera, et cetera. And so maybe you'll have committees or meetings at the director level to talk about some issues, and maybe there'll be a collaborative committee at the executive director level to discuss other issues that impact everybody under that executive director. We're not trying to dictate that. We're trying to give flexibility to the departments. You could even look at it as a big committee and subcommittees. It's all good.
Thank you.
Are there any more questions about this version of the language? Nope. All right. And in that case, I'm assuming.
So I just found out that 2 minutes to a week just turned into a week. So I am going to need a little bit more time on. I was hopeful with the newly found information by our good friend Christine that was going to be an easy one. And I just need to follow up mostly because a lot of our policies, as you know, are being reviewed right now. And I just want to make sure that this one isn't on like the deletion list or something. And so I just need to go back to legal and ensure that it aligns with what we are saying in newly proposed language.
It's like in a weird spot. Would it help me to show you where it is?
Number 4? Is that what you're seeing in that link? Just to make sure.
Yes, I think it is number 4. It's number 4, I am being told. But it's like not in the regular, we've been talking about like the G and the J and all those letters.
Right.
It's in a different spot.
Yeah, this is a board policy versus a district policy.
Yeah.
Okay, totally. So I apologize that we are not ready to counterpropose any of the 4 that you gave us this evening, but we'll definitely be ready with at least 4 counterproposals for next week. I already put 2 of them on there, and probably the 2 you just gave us will be able to counterpropose as well next week.
And I anticipate there will be more that we'll be able to also return language on. I will let you know that on Tuesday after our team meeting. So we'll add a few more to that agenda, I would expect as well. So, all right. Okay, so at this point, I think we've concluded our negotiations. If everybody would take a moment to read through the joint communication, if there's any changes or clarifications that need to be made, now would be the time. When you have read through and are good with it, we'll do a thumbs up. Is that got it. Okay, I think I'm seeing thumbs up from everybody, so we're good to go on our joint communication. So just like to thank everyone for joining us for another productive night of negotiations, and we look forward to seeing you. Next week, we will not be here at the Ed Center. As a reminder, we are going to be at the JCEA office, and hopefully everybody knows where that's at. Feel free to join us in person. It will not be live streamed, just as a reminder. So we'll be back in the boardroom 2 weeks from now, and we'll see you then.
Please bring your name tag and you will earn another sticker.
Well, some of us will. Some of us that didn't follow rules will have to keep the ones they have. Good night, everyone.